Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. Want to welcome you to the July 8th, 2023 all 50s, well, 50s and early 60s show. On this horrible, humid weather day here. It's been terrible the whole week, really, with like rain and thunderstorms and then sun and everything else. But I was at Barbara's for a few hours today, and haven't really been to any any kind of like summer things, but was there today, had a lot of fun there, and then I had to rush over here and quickly prepare for the show. So welcome to the Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 to midnight. We'll be doing a little bit of overtime as we normally do. Lots of requests for tonight, and we opened up with great alto saxophonist Earl Bostic and his band. Originally, Earl was from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's on Ivan Ballin's Gotham label out of Philadelphia, and it's like that shiny blue label, but I really had a hard time dating this record. It was something like 1950 or 51, I think. I think it's his second release on the Gotham label. And it's called Bostic's Jump was the name of the tune, and it actually mentions the members on the label if you have this record. Of course, alto saxophonist Earl Bostic, George Parker was on piano, Vernon King on the bass, and Shep Shepard on the drums. That's it. So we opened up tonight with Earl Bostic and his band. I say 1950-51 release on Gotham, Bostic's Jump. Enough of my babbling here. Let's open up with the vocal portion here. Usually have a couple of up-tempos to open up the show here, and we're going to start it off with Kenny Mack. I don't know if Kenny Mack is in the chat room there. I said hello to some of you listeners, but not all of you listeners, but this is a request for Kenny Mack. The group is from Roxbury, Massachusetts. You may know this group's biggest hit was a song called Ka-Ding Dong, but they followed it up with this tune that I first heard on the Gus Gossard show. So the main lead of this group, his name was Ray Gibson, but on this side here, it features Teddy Scott on lead. This was number 22 on WCOP in Boston, Massachusetts. We go to Cecil Steen's Pilgrim label by request for Kenny Mack, September 56. Let's open up with the G-Clefs. The G-Clefs on the Pilgrim label. It's called Cause You're Mine. This is for Kenny Mack.
I love you so. I love you so. Cause you're mine.
Cause you're mine.
Mine.
Well, I really miss you, baby. I miss you so. I spend all night, I cry for you. Want you to know you're for me.
For you. My love is true.
Cause you're mine. Cause you're mine.
Mine.
Well, I really lost my love. And you know why? That every day I left you.
I love you so.
All day I cried, you're for me.
For you. My love is true.
Cause you're mine. Cause you're mine.
Mine.
You're for me.
Because I love you so.
Well, I really lost my head. And you know why? That very day I left for me, for you.
My love is true.
Cause you're mine. Cause you're mine.
Mine, mine.
You're real good. Cause you're mine.
Mine, mine.
You're all mine. Cause you're mine.
Mine, mine. Cause you're mine.
That's it. That is a great tune to open up the vocal portion there. Sound of the G-Clefs there, the follow-up to Kading Dong, a song titled Cause You're Mine, September 1956, released their second on the Pilgrim label. Cause You're Mine is the name of the tune here. Let's continue now, and let's go to Detroit, Michigan for this group. They began recording back in 1952 as the Serenaders, with releases on JVB, Choral, Red Robin, Swing Time, and Deluxe. But then in 1955 they changed their name to the Royal Jokers, and this is a request for listener Big Dave Swinger from September of 1956. It's their third release on the Atco record label. It features Willie Jones on lead, September 1956. It's a cool tune by the Royal Jokers on Atco. It's called She's Mine, All Mine, for Big Dave.
Boom, boom, biddy, biddy, boom, bop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Boom, boom, biddy, biddy, boom, bop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Boom, boom, biddy, biddy, boom, bop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, me and my girl, we're going to the show. Me and my girl, don't care if it rain or snow. Me and my girl, we're gonna have a good time. Well, the candy's there, and after that, with the popcorn man, and we can dance like no one can, because she's mine, all mine. Now when I take her in my car, well, I will take the curves, and when I hold her in my arms, and when we kiss, there goes my nerves. When we're alone, we start up with a hug, then later on we play the kissing bug, me and my girl. We're gonna have a good time. So fine, because she's mine, all mine. Oh, I'm gonna buy her a wedding ring, and then I'll hear all the angels sing. They will say that she is mine, all mine.
That's going out to Big Dave Swinger there, the sound of the Royal Jokers. Willie Jones on lead. Also co-wrote the tune there from September 1956. That's on the Atco label, the third release on Atco. She's Mine, All Mine. We'll send that one out to Don Folletti in our YouTube channel. He's celebrating his 39th birthday. Is it today, Don, that you're celebrating it? Well, happy birthday. We want to wish happy birthday to all the any listeners, or all the listeners that are having birthdays. You just let Johnny G know. But that is a great birthday tune. Let's continue here. Actually, first, though, my mother wanted me to read a message to you all, because of course she can't type. She said here, "Good evening, all chatters. Thank you thank you for your greetings, which are so gratefully appreciated. I'm ready to immerse myself in my wonderful memories of yesteryear. Amazing what our minds can do. Enjoy the show." That's From my mother to you, the chatters in there. So there you go. She's tuned into the program. So there you go, Ma. I did it for you. So let's continue here. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the 50s, early 60s show. And last week I played a request for Daniel Kubacki by this great group out of Baltimore, Maryland, the Cardinals. The song was called Lovey Darling. And listener Daryl Letts asked Johnny G if I can play the flip side of the 45. So we're going to send this one out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room here. They had 12 releases on the Atlantic label. This is their fifth. As we go to May of 1953, the great Ernie Warren on lead for Darryl, the Cardinals on Atlantic. It's called You Are My Only Love.
You are my you are my only love, only in my dream. I'm just a lonely man, but still just a same. You are I hope not in
There's been so many from which I could choose.
With you I've everything to win and nothing to lose. If I could help myself, I know what I'd do. You are my only love. I'll make There's been so many loves from which I could choose. With you I've everything to win and nothing to lose. If I could help myself, I know what I'll do. But I can't help myself. It's all up to you, love. That's why my whole life through, you're my only love. My whole life through.
May 1953 there. Those are the Cardinals, Ernie Warren and the Cardinals there on the Atlantic record label, their fifth release on Atlantic by request for Daryl Letts. You Are My Only Love. Great group, the Cardinals. Love to feature them here on the program. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the bell to get notifications so you know when Johnny G is live. Randy, you must refresh your page. is that's probably what happened there. You got to refresh the page. Sometimes my mother has trouble with the tablet. She watches it on the tablet. Got to say hi to Andy Lamusio. He's tuned into the program and was chatting with Andy a little bit on Facebook Messenger today. So he's tuned in, and a lot of people tuned in tonight. Thank you all for being here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, last week I featured this group from Harlem, New York. Actually, a request for listener Butch Ford in Hawaii wanted to dedicate the song to the late Joe Pascuzzo. Featured the tune Come to Me Darling, the group called the Crystals, and Jim Lampley, he asked Johnny G if I could flip the 45 over. This is on the Luna label. I didn't want to play my true first press of this because it's really grainy and not sounding too well. This one's a little better. I wish I had I have a 78. I have a vinyl 78 promo, but it says the Opals, which they had to change their name from the Crystals to the Opals because of the Crystals that recorded for Deluxe Records. But let's flip this 45 over here from May of 1954. This is for Jim Lampley in Texas. Earl Wade is on lead. He would later on become a member of the Cadillacs and also other groups during his career. But it's from May 1954. The Crystals on the Luna label for Jim Lampley. It's called Squeeze Me Baby.
Well, squeeze me, baby, squeeze me all night long. Well, squeeze me, baby, squeeze me all night long. Squeeze me, baby, until the break of dawn. Well, squeeze me once, squeeze me twice, squeeze me, baby, 'cause it feels so nice. Well, squeeze me, baby, squeeze me all night long. Squeeze me, baby, and Gabriel blows his horn. Well, mama, 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 where did you stay last night? Well, mama, 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 where did you stay last night? The reason I wanna know your clothes don't fit you right. Hey! Zanzo, zanzo, zanzo. 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 Suzanne, 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 Suzanne. Well, mama, 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 where did you stay last night? Well, mama, 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 where did you stay last night? The reason I wanna know your clothes don't fit you right. Well, squeeze me in the morning, squeeze me in the night, squeeze me, baby, oh so tight. Well, squeeze me, baby, squeeze me all night long. Squeeze me, baby, till Gabriel blows his horn. Squeeze me, baby, squeeze me.
There you go. Those are the Crystals, aka the Opals, May 1954. It's on the Luna record label. The flip side of Come to Me Darling, that's going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. Squeeze me, baby. Johnny G squeezing these 45s every Saturday from 9 to midnight with probably about an hour overtime. Maybe not. I think I have like 59 records to play all your requests here. And we stay in 1954. Let's go to Philadelphia, PA now. This is a request for Amnon. This group had 3 releases on Herman Lubinsky's Savoy record label. Now, here is the B-side to their first release, a tune written by the bass of the group. His name is Stefan Pressbury, but it features George Tinley on lead. This one from April 1954, going out to listener Amnon. Let's give a listen to The Dreams. The Dreams on Savoy. It's called A Letter to My Girl for Amnon.
I'm writing to my girl, the
sweetest little girl in the world. I know that she'll be blue, still she'll be true to me. When I was in the world, I had no other girl, but now I'm blue because I can't have you. I can't have you. So I'm writing to my girl, the sweetest little girl in the world. In the world. I know that she'll be blue, but still she'll be true to me. In this enveloped enclosed now is a tear to find a little space in your heart. And this enveloped enclosed is a tear to find a space in your
As George Tinley and the Dreams there from April 1954. That's going out to listener Amnon. It's on the Savoy record label, song entitled A Letter to My Girl. Savoy Records out of Newark, New Jersey. Wonder how much money the Dreams made on that 45. But that one there, the Dreams, of course, the group would later record, as Kenny Esquire and the Starlights on the Ember record label have featured their 45s here on the program. We continue now, and we stay in 1954. Let's go out to Atlanta, Georgia for this next group. This is a request for listener Amy Thomas in the UK. You have many UK listeners that send requests in, and they are cool dancers. They really do swing. I was showing my mother the video. Indrajet in the UK sent me a video. I've got to get the name of the place that they were at. It was the Summer Bebop something. I got to find out what it is. I'm looking for the link there. But this is the debut single for this group out of Atlanta, Georgia. Came out on Sid Nathan's deluxe label. Tune written by Loman Pauling and Eunice Davis. Now it features Eddie Harris on lead. It's going out to UK listener Amy Thomas from May 1954. Let's give a listen to the Blue Dots. The Blue Dots on deluxe. It's called Don't Do That, Baby. This is for Amy.
You can cheat me, you can hurt me, so can do it for you. Oh baby, didn't you know you can treat me just like you don't make me go round like I'm in from the door. See, you're gonna leave me. Don't do that, baby. Don't do that, baby. Don't do that, baby.
go, by request for UK listener there, Amy Thomas. I always liked that song. I did. Those are the Blue Dots there. That's their debut single on the deluxe label. Don't Do That, Baby is the name of that one. May 1954. Eddie Harris on lead for that. And actually was the first of four. It said first of three. I mean the first of four on deluxe records there. I'm telling you, I was showing my Indrajet. I was showing my mother that video you sent, and she couldn't believe the stamina for these middle-aged couples of dancing the Lindy, dancing these line dances to records like that. It was really cool. Some of them are dressed up in 1950s attire, and the guys got their hair slicked back, but they are like doing the Lindy, doing these fast dances. And she enjoyed it, Indrajet. I'm telling you, it was I got to get the link, and I'll tell you guys the link because he sent it to me, and I can't find it. I can't find his email. I'm looking for it. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here, and we stay in 1954 now. On last week's show, I featured a group called the Vibrineers. They were out of Asbury Park, New Jersey. Came out on the After Hours record label. Actually, I think it was Emnon that requested the flip side of their 45 called Ooh, I Feel So Good. Yeah, he did that. He requested that. Now, Daryl Letts requested the flip side, which is a classic song. I remember Greg Surik sold me this record. It wasn't cheap. It's not, but it's a great, great tune. And this is from July of 1954. It's on the After Hours record label. Comes red. I think all the copies are red vinyl. And these are the Vibrineers. Bobby Thomas is the lead singer. And the song is called Doll Face. This is for Daryl in our YouTube chat room.
Doll face, you are my one desire. Doll face, you set my soul afire. Can't help it 'cause I'm so in love with you. Can't help it 'cause you thrill me. You thrill me through and through. Oh, doll face, please kiss me right away. Take me, 'cause I'm your humble slave. I'll do anything, darling, you want me to. I'll go anywhere, anytime with you. Oh, doll face, I'll be grateful to the Lord always for giving me you to love. Just goes to show you, darling, what prayers can do. I prayed to God and all my dreams came true.
Doll face, yes, please kiss me right away. Take me, 'cause I'm your humble slave. I'll do anything, darling, you want me to. I'll go anywhere, yes, anytime with you.
Oh, doll face, I'll be grateful to the Lord always for giving me you to love. Just goes to show you, darling, what prayers can do. I prayed to God and all my dreams came true. I prayed to God and all my dreams came true.
That's going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Vibrineers. Vibrineers with Bobby Thomas on lead, July 1954, releases on the After Hours record label. Song entitled Dollface. That also came out on the Chariot label. I've never seen a copy of the Chariot record. I have not. But I had a chance. I wanted to buy that Vibes record, but Spence had too much money on it. I said, Spence, I can't pay. I just can't. I'm afraid to pay that amount of money on a 78. I mean, they crack if you just look at them. I mean, you got to really keep them in a temperature controlled thing. If there is and they're so, you got to like put lots of cardboard between them. I mean, I love looking at the labels. I do, but they just, and when I used to go to Spence's house, he was dropping them down on his, he had a, whatever Victrola player, he stacked 4 of them or 5 of them together. I said, Spence, what happens if that thing falls and goes right on the needle? And you can't do, I think that because they were VGs or something. But, you know, a 78 plays pretty well, even in messed up shape. You know, they play pretty decent, they do. But I don't know. I'm afraid, but I love looking at the 78s, I can tell you that much. Johnny G babbling on here. We are in 1954. Now, last week, I played a request for Tom Shaughnessy. I featured a group. He requested the Monograms on the Saga label from 1957 and their version of a song called My Baby's Dearest Darling. So I said to him, I said, Tom, I said, did you know that is a cover? Do you know who did that record first? He goes, no, there's another group that did that record. I said, yes. I said, the Charms recorded that. Otis Williams and the Charms recorded it on Sid Nathan's Deluxe label. It was their 5th release on Deluxe, so he asked if I could play it for him, so I'm going to play him this record. So this is going out to Tom Shaughnessy listening in Florida. I don't know if you're on the tablet or you're on your TV, but either way, it's from June 1954. It's the Charms, Otis Williams on lead on Deluxe for Tom Shaughnessy. This is the original. It's called My Baby Dearest Darling.
My baby dearest darling, you are the one. My baby dearest darling, my life's begun
when I hold you in my arms.
you go, Tom. That is the original there by Otis Williams and the Charms, their fifth release on the deluxe label there, June 1954. They were out of Cincinnati, Ohio, both the group and the label. My Baby Dearest Darling is the name of the tune. I want to welcome you all to the program. Lots of new listeners tonight. Charles Baker here. And also, I was out on Thursday. My sister was here at the house, and somebody called the house, the main number, and they asked for me. And my sister said, well, Johnny's not here. He's out. And it was somebody calling me to tell me about my Wednesday night show. And I just don't know the name. He said his name was Sonny. So I'm thinking, well, who's communicating with me? So Sonny, if you're tuned into the program, please email me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. So I'm looking through my emails for Sonny, maybe some email or something. But it was my Wednesday night soul show. So I just don't know. Maybe I'm just drawing a blank. But anyway, if you're out there, please contact me or call me tomorrow. But I am going to look at some records tomorrow afternoon, probably about 3 o'clock. But anyway, let's continue here on the program. And played the A side. Well, I don't know if it was the A side, but I played a request for Dave Swinger on the Grand record label by a group called the Cherokees. Herb Slotkin's Grand Records was their debut single, their first of two on Grand. It was called I Had a Thrill. But this was I said, well, I'm not following this back until I play the flip side, because I love the flip side of this record. And this is a group, as we go to Philadelphia for this group, they won a local talent contest, and the prize was a recording contract with Grand Records, and this was their debut single. Russell Carter is on lead from January 1954. Let's give a listen to the Cherokees. The Cherokees on Grand Records, and their tune is called Rainbow of Love.
I need you, my darling, because I love you. I need your tender kisses. How we meet the rainbow of love. I need your arms around me, to hold me so tightly. I miss you tenderly. How we meet the rainbow of love. But when I asked you, did you love me? Every word I said was true. And now I want you to believe me. Oh, day after day. Well, I need your tender kisses, the thrill of your hand. I need you, my darling. How we meet the rainbow of love. Your love, darling, love, your unforgettable love. Oh, how I need your love to carry me over the way. Well, I need you, my darling, because I love you.
There you go, the great sound of the Cherokees, January 1954 release there on Herb Slotkin's grand record label. Rainbow of Love is the name of the tune. I wish I had their second release though. Their second release on grand. I don't think I might have it on a 78, but really a used 78. I still have a bunch of 78s down in the no humidity basement. There's about 15 boxes. You know those white count boxes of 78s, but they're all mixed. They're like blues and instrumentals and 30s stuff and I don't know. I did a trade. We won't talk about what we traded, but anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging the cool tunes here. Those of you tuned in on YouTube, if you have a request, please send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. I send those emails, or I don't send the emails. I tell Charlene in an email that, Charlene, these are the requests. Charlene helps me with my research, and she provides me with the dates, and she maintains a database that I have of all the records I play here on the program. So that's why sometimes people ask me, do you have this record? Have you played this? And I can check it real quick on an Excel. On an Excel program that I created the spreadsheet, and she just keeps it up. But she does help me with the research and the dates. Let's continue here, and we move into 1955 now. Now, last week I played a request for listener Chuck Mitchell. He's in our YouTube chat room tonight. He selected this group from Dallas, Texas. Their debut single came out on Leonard Chess's Chess record label. They were called The Five Notes, and the song I played was Show Me the Way, and that was for listener Chuck Mitchell. I think he said he liked the flip side here, but I know Jimmy Amato asked Johnny G to flip it over because this is a great two-sided 45 in my opinion. Now, the song was co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is his name is Al Braggs, but he would later on record as Al TNT Braggs. But this is from December of 1955. We're going to flip over Show Me the Way on Chess Records. These are the five notes. The five notes with Park My Love for Jimmy Amato.
Park your love in my window and tell me that you're mine. Park your love in my window and stop me from my crying. Guide your feet to my door, dear, and knock upon my door. Park your love in my window. I'd be happy forevermore. You know that I love you and want you here in my arms. I'd put no one above you, so darling, please don't turn down my charm. Guide your feet to my door, dear, and knock upon my door. Park your love in my window. I'd be happy forevermore.
send that one out to Chuck Mitchell and Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. Great tune there by the Five Notes, December 1955 on the Chess record banner. Park My Love is the name of the tune. That's Al TNT Braggs on lead there. He went solo in 1958 with releases on the Peacock label, but there he was doing lead with the Five Notes. This group also recorded as the Five Stars on the Blues Boy Kingdom label, and also the Five Masks on the Jan label. I remember I bought that 45 at one of the record shows a long time ago from Mike and Carol Demersion, and that is a cool West Coast press. I think the print just looks better than the other presses, or we'll call it the East Coast press. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here as we continue here. We are in 1955. Let's go out to the West Coast now to Jake Porter's Combo record label, and this is a request for listener Mike Sape, and he wants to send it out to Indrajit Advani and the UK Dancers. There you go. And Charlene did send me that link when you can check it out, folks, because Indrajit, and when he discovered my show, he says, Johnny G, you're playing all these cool records here. And what'd I do with it? Did I lose it? No, here it is. So he sent me this link, and it's on. He has a YouTube site. It's called Indrajit Advani. That's the name of the site, and it's Bopolina's Summer Ball, the 2003 Summer Ball, and it's held at the Electric Ballroom in Camden on July 2nd of 2003, and they play all this 50s music, but it's upbeat, and they doing all these Lindy dances and these strolls, these line strolls, and they are. Well, I don't want to say that they're old, because they're probably my age, a little bit younger, and some a little bit older. So the gals are really swinging, and the guys really look like they get out of breath. They're not out of breath. They're really rocking there. But anyway, so it kind of relates to this record that Mike wants to send out to them, as it's on Jake Porter's Combo label. And this is a girl group. They had 3 on the Combo label. And this group included singers Janelle Hawkins, who would go on to have her biggest hit in 1962 with a song called Moments. I know some of you remember that one on the Amazon label. But this is the first of 3 they had on the Combo label. Marianne Miles was a member of this group, Dora Lee Pickett, and Darlene Powell. They were known as the Combo Nets, COMBO-NETTS. And this tune from August of 1955 on the Combo label by request from Mike Sape in Connecticut, sending it out to the UK Dancers and Indrajit Advani. It's called Hi Diddle Diddle on Combo by the Combo Nets.
Went downtown, bought me a fiddle, came back home, laid high diddle diddle. Ooh, high diddle, I played my fiddle, played my fiddle that night, made it real just right, held my bow real, real long. The music I played was a real song. Ooh, I played my fiddle, played my fiddle all night long, 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 played my fiddle till the cat came in with his tenor horn. Go, dance, go, everybody, 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 go, 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 go.
you go. That's by request from Mike Sape, sending it out to the UK dancers there. And Indrajit Advani, that's August 1955, Jake Porter and the Combonettes on his combo label, Hi Diddle Diddle is the name of the tune. They're going to like that one there, to bop to that song for sure. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Let's continue here. And we are in the year 1955. Here's a request for Ohio listener Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. This group formed while attending Fremont High School back in 1954. They formed a quartet. They were known as the Laurels, and they had an opportunity to record for the Bahari Brothers Flair label, and the result was this 45. This was their debut single from January 55, and the tune features Bobby Ralph on lead. He also wrote this tune from January 55. We send this one out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. Bobby Ralph and the Laurels. It's on the Flair label. It's called Farewell. This is for Chuck.
Down over you. Farewell, oh farewell. All my troubles have been over you. Tell me, my darling, what to do.
Liking that request by Chuck Mitchell there in the YouTube chat room. That's Bobby Ralph and the Laurels, their debut single on the Bahari Brothers Flair label from January 1955, song entitled Farewell. It's not farewell, not till midnight, actually a little later than midnight, as we always do. But let's continue here. We stay in 1955. We go back to Philadelphia, PA, for one of the premier groups out of Philadelphia, and this is a request for Jimmy Amato. This group had 6 releases on Al Silver's Herald record label, and other labels too. Now, do you know their biggest hit was a song called When You Dance? When I was working for Sony Music, I told this story before. They're like, they must have had the rights, or the rights to the song When You Dance. They're like Who the H are the Turbans? I never heard of the Turbans. Who are they? Of course, I had to get up because it was all the accountants that were doing this. There were these young kids, and they didn't know who the Turbans were. I says, you don't know who the Turbans were? Are you kidding me? You don't know the lead singer of the Turbans? Al Banks and the Turbans? Come on now. But anyway, they were like, really? I said, yes, really. Anyways, for Jimmy Amato, December 1955, these are the Turbans. Al Banks and the Turbans on the Herald label, their second of six. It's called Sister Suki for Jimmy.
I wonder where Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki's done gone. And that girl, she's gone to Egypt. Well, I seen Sister Suki on the railroad tracks, waiting for the freight train to come back. But when the freight train came, it was an hour late. But you ought to seen Suki when she hopped that train. I wonder where Sister Suki's done gone, 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 gone. Sister Suki's done gone. And that girl, she's gone to Egypt. I believe Sister Suki's done lost her mind. She had a pair of shoes of the strangest kind, with the heels in the front and heels behind. I couldn't tell whether she was coming or going. I wonder where Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki's done gone. And that girl, she's gone to Egypt. Well, I caught Sister Suki, tried to put in her home. She said, go away, man, and leave me alone. You know I'd rather ramble all up and down this land than to be tied down to a no good man. I wonder where Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki's done gone. And that girl, she's gone to Egypt. She's gone to Egypt. Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki done gone. Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki's done gone. Sister Suki's done gone.
December 1955 release there for the Turbans, Al Banks and the Turbans. It's going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. That is their follow-up to When You Dance, song entitled Sister Suki. Came out on Al Silver's Herald record label. John G getting a cough here with this air conditioning blowing behind me. Anyway, and let's stay in Philadelphia here. And we're going to send this next song out to listener Louis Silvani. Now, this group's debut single came out on the Grand label. It was called Tears in My Eyes. They followed it up with this release on the Rollin' label. Released in 1955, it features Kent Peeler on lead, and this is on the Rollin' label. We're going to send it out to Louis Silvani. These are the Dreamers, and their tune called Melba for Louis. Send that one out to listener Louis Silvani there, The Sound of the Dreamers out of Philadelphia there, 1955 release. Their song called Melba came out on the Rollin' record label. Of course, the lead singer there, Ken Peeler, he would later record with the Universals on Mark X in 1957, and might know their cover of the song Again, a great tune they do. And you collectors need to be careful on this 45. The second presses, somewhat, when you look at it really quick, they're hard to detect, but the first presses are really much thicker and actually sound clearer, believe it or not, than the second presses there. I forget when they press them up, but they use the same stampers, and I even think the labels that were hanging around to repress that record. But that's going out to Louis Silvani. We move into 1956 now, and this is on the Aladdin subsidiary Lamp Records, and this is a request for Indrajit Advani, and he wants to send this one out to Big Dave Swinger. Lots of listeners sending it out to the other listeners, which is pretty cool, I think. I think that is really cool. But Aladdin label owners Eddie and Leo Mesners based this label out of New York City, searching for local talent. But this group is really from South Los Angeles. They had two excellent releases on the label. This is their first tune, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Leonard Wayne Bunn. This is from October 1956 by request for Indrajit, sending it out to Big Dave Swinger. These are the Tan Tones. The Tan Tones on the Lamp label. It's called I Love You, Really I Do.
I love you, I love you.
I love you, my darling. I love you, oh my darling, really I do. I want you to be my baby. I want you, oh my darling, really I do.
I love you in the morning and in the evening too.
Baby, I love you.
Wow, baby, if you love me the way I love you,
I swear we'll never part. I love you, my darling. I love you, oh my darling, really I do. I love you in the morning and in the evening too. Baby, if you love me, I swear, sweetheart, we'll never part. I love you, my darling. I love you, oh my darling, really I
October 1956 release there for a group called the Tan Tones. That's their first of two with the Leonard Wayne Bunn on lead. That's by request for Indrajit Advani, sending it out to Big Dave Swinger. Didn't see Big Dave Swinger tonight. He's going to check it out on the archive here, and we continue here with the 1956 block with this request for Joe Shacatano, who's not in the chat room tonight because he told me that his air conditioning is on the blink and it's a little bit cooler in his living room. Joe, do I look? They say that the TV puts on 30 pounds more. I do not need 30 pounds more. I need to lose 30 pounds. Or actually 50 pounds, to be honest with you. But this group is out of Philadelphia. It's a request for listener Joe Shacatano, and they have another release that I like. on MGM Records called Trust in Me. But this song is on the Capitol record label, came out in January of 1956. It features Ray McElwain on lead from January 56. These are the notes. The notes on Capitol for Joe Shacatano. It's called Don't Leave Me Now for Joe.
Don't leave me now. I love you too much. Don't leave me now. Hold my heart in your clutch. Stay here with me. You are my happiness. Stay here with me. Darling, please tell me yes. Don't turn my blue skies into crying clouds. Don't turn our promises into worthless vows. Don't leave me now with these empty arms. Don't leave me now, a helpless victim of your charm. Don't turn my blue skies into crying clouds. Don't turn our promises into worthless vows. Don't leave me now with these empty arms. Don't leave me now, a helpless victim of your charm.
Johnny G playing around with this record here. That looks good enough. Playing around. It's so ever so slightly off center, and it does not fit. I don't like it. You know. I think that's okay. Let's see if I think I lined it up okay. No. I had it nice. Let's see. Oh, darn. Just play it. That's good. It's going to have to do. You see Johnny G playing around with my records. I love to play with my records. I do. There you go. That is a cool tune. I like that record there, January 1956, by The Notes. That's going out to listener Joe Shacatano, watching Johnny G in his living room. He's got to tell me how I look, Joe. Take a snapshot and send it to me. I'm curious to see. The Notes there with Ray McElwain on lead. It's on the Capitol record label. Don't Leave Me Now. Don't leave Johnny G now. Tell your friends about the program here on the Vinyltreasure Show. Very unique way to play my records and show you my collection here. Nobody else does it. Who wants to see a MP3? You really can't get excited about that. At least you can get excited about looking at original vinyl. And especially if you're a collector. If you're a collector of the vinyl, and there are some young collectors in the chat room there still looking, and some old timers still looking for the 45s, and maybe they never had, or they had before, to fix their kitchens up and whatnot. They may still dabble in buying certain records because it's, you do it for satisfaction and fun. If you get enjoyment out of it, you do it. That's why I do it. And I know my father has been very critical of my hobby for many, many years, but he doesn't understand the joy that it brings me. And some people don't understand. They're too stubborn. They don't. But that is the whole reason. It's a lot of fun to play the records, especially with a listening audience like you. And you are an excellent audience, and you have excellent taste in the music. You really do. Thank you all for that. Now, we are 1956. I played a B-side for listener Nat Papagallo last week. Was the first of 3 for this group. From Harlem. They were from Harlem. The other group was from Brooklyn. They were from Harlem, New York. Came out on the Holiday label. The B-side was called My Darling to You, but I like the flip side also, the A-side. And again, this brings back lots of memories to your host Johnny G, because my aunt's favorite album was the Rumble album. I know a lot of people have, the Paragons versus the Jesters, etc., but I like the Rumble album. Came out on Jubilee Records, and I used to love to see that Jubilee logo with the color spikes. Well, she didn't have the blue one. That first came out on the blue label, which I do have somewhere in the No Humidity basement, but I think then it was gray, and then the third way was with the rainbow teeth there around the Jubilee logo. I just used to love to see that LP spin on the turntable. But this song was track 1, I think, on side A, and it was on originally released on Danny Robinson's Holiday label. Jubilee was Jerry Blaine picked it up for that compilation, but I had to play it. I think Daryl, you might have requested this. It's June 1956. Ernest Harrison, he's on lead. These are the Bop Chords on the Holiday label. This is the A-side. It's called Castle in the Sky.
Oh. I've got a castle in the sky, built for you, dear, just for you and I.
Castle in the sky. I wonder why that you're my love to be, and you will always be in my heart.
Sound of New York City here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That is the sound of New York City group harmony there, the sound of the Bop Chords there. From June of 1956, Ernest Harrison on lead. That's on the Danny Robinson's Holiday record label, their first of three, Castle in the Sky, of course, When I Woke Up This Morning, another great tune that they do. And also their third release, Baby and So Why, another great record. Of course, that Jubilee album, lots of great sounds on there by the Continentals, the Love Notes, and the Channels. Can't really go wrong with that. The sound of New York City. Johnny G is playing the sound of Johnny G's record collection as we continue here. And this is a request for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. He's listening down in Mexico. Now, he asked me, because I was asking for requests for the Monday afternoon show at 1 o'clock. So right now I'm counting down the 1958 Relic Survey as those records as selected by collectors, which is very cool. Nice, cool mix of rare and known songs. But Adrian said, Johnny G, can you do a Kitty Leeds special? Which would be a good thing if you some collectors really didn't care about the kitty groups, but I like Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers and such. So maybe that's another thing that I'll do, because that would be an interesting show to play. Got a lot of Kitty Leeds records in my collection. But anyway, let's continue here. This is a request. Speaking of Kitty Leeds, here's one. This is actually a B-side to Jimmy Castor and the Juniors out of New York City, but this is on the Wing label, which is a subsidiary of Mercury Records. And this is the ballad side. The song, this tune written by Dickie Goodman, or Dick Goodman on the label, but it's Dickie Goodman, and he was half of that duo of Buchanan and Goodman. They put out all those Flying Saucer break-in records like The Flying Saucer, Santa and the Satellite, all those cool records. They were the ones that really created that thing there. But he also wrote songs for other groups. I think he was also involved in many different labels, etc. But he wrote this tune here, and this is from May of 1956. I have here that he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on November 6th of 1989. He was only 55. He shot himself. That's a very terrible end to a Dickie Goodman. But Adrian requested the B-side here, May 1956, Jimmy Castor and the Juniors on the Wing label. It's called I Know the Meaning of Love, for Adrian.
I'm not very old, but I know what love is. I've never been told, but I know what a kiss is. Though I'm not very old, I know the meaning of love. I'm not very wise, but I know why a heart
is going out to listener Adrian Viterbo in Mexico there. That is the B-side there for Jimmy Castor and the Juniors. The A-side called I Promise. That tune there, that also Frankie Lemon and the Teenagers do. May 56 there. I Know the Meaning of Love on the Wing record label. And it was on, well, let me see, Jimmy Castor then had that release on Atomic in 1957. I have that record, the Atomic release. He also sang with other groups too during his career. Of course, was solo with his group, on Atlantic, Troglodyte. Did you ever hear that record? Also, those releases on Hey Leroy on Smash in the 1960s. But there he was, a kiddie lead there for Adrian. We continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Now, I played a request last week for Ronnie Sherman, this great group out of the Bronx, New York, the Mellows, and the side was called Moon of Silver with Lillian Leach on lead. Was listener Marvin Pod that wanted to hear the flip side of that, and we're going to flip it over here. This is on the Candlelight record label, Ron Zinzer's Candlelight label, and this is from December of 1956. Let's give a listen to Lillian Lee, they say on here, but it's really Lillian Leach. Going out to Marvin Pod, the Mellows on Candlelight. It's called You've Gone, for Marvin.
Do do up, but a do what do what do up, but a do what do what do up, but a do what do what do up, but a do.
You're gone, only the dreams remain, dreams that we both once shared, dreams that I thought would come true. You're gone, I thought our love would last, but now it's in the past, and here I sit alone. At night, moonlight floods my room. The dawn brings me nothing but gloom. How can I face the crowd? They'll ask me where you are. Darling, I can't deny. They'll soon find out you're gone. At night, moonlight floods my room. The dawn brings me nothing but gloom. How can I face the crowd? They'll ask me where you are. Darling, I can't deny. They'll soon find out you're gone. They'll soon find out you're gone. They'll soon find out you're
There you go. That one there going out to Marvin Pod there. The sound of Lillian Leach and the Mellows, December 1956. It's on the Candlelight record label. You've Gone is the name of the tune. I think that's their second release on the Candlelight record label. Gotta say hi to Tom M in our YouTube chat room. I'll be on Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight after their blues show. So we go live on Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. And I'll be back on Oldies and More Wednesday night at 9 p.m. for the Soul Show that I do. And then I'll be on only on YouTube on Mondays at 1 o'clock, for about a couple, 2.5 hours as we count down the Relic 1958 survey there. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1956, and this is a request for listener Indrajit Advani. He is a UK listener. We have many UK listeners that send Johnny G requests, and he wanted to hear the Coasters. This is officially, well, under the Coasters name. This was their first release on the Atco record label, and this song did not make the pop charts. It only made the R&B charts, number 8, I think, on the Billboard R&B chart. But this was a number 1 record on WHOD. If you were listening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it was their first of 29 releases on the Atco label. Let's go back to February 1956. This is for UK listener Indrajit Advani. The Coasters on Atco, Carl Garner on lead. It's called Down in Mexico. There you go. That's going out to Indrajit Advani there, the sound of the Coasters. Probably strolling to that record, I think. Line strolling there. February 1956. That's their first release as the Coasters on the Maroon Atco record label down in Mexico. Well, that's where Adrian is, down in Mexico, tuned into the Vinyl Treasure Show. We got everybody tuned in all over the United States and also all over the world. Let's continue now. And up next, a request for Ryan Heisey. I know he was in the chat room earlier. I don't know if Ryan's in the chat room now, but he requested this group from Roxbury, Massachusetts. We heard them earlier in the show. I played their second release on the Pilgrim label. It was actually a follow-up to their, I guess their biggest hit was a song called Kading Dong. It was a national hit for them, number 24 on the Billboard charts. But Ryan requested the B-side of that 45. And he actually said to me, you know, Johnny, they're doing the Academics song. I said, no, they're not. The Academics are doing a cover of this tune because the Academics covered it second on the Anko label. This is the original, and it features Ray Gibson on lead. This is from June of 1956, going out to Ryan Heisey. He is in our chat room. He wanted to hear the G-Clefs on Pilgrim and a B-side. It's called Darla, My Darlin'.
Down, 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 the stars will always shine and the moon will cast its glow. Oh, and darling, my darling, I love you so. Oh, well, the rain will always fall. Oh, when the clouds are so gray. And darling, my darling, are you going my way? The stars will always shine, the moon will catch its glow. Yes, darling, I'll always love you so. I love and need you, I'll never let you go. Bum, 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 darling, bum, 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 darling, bum, 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 darling, bum. The stars will always shine, the moon will get its glow. Well, the wind will always blow on a cold December day. And darling, my darling, are you going my
That's going out to Ryan Heisey in our YouTube chat room, June 1956. Those are the G-Clefs. The G-Clefs actually that is actually the B-side to their first release on the Pilgrim label. Darla, My Darling is the name of the tune. The A-side was called Ka-Ding Dong. That would be their biggest hit. For you collectors out there, check your copy of the Pilgrim 45. I'm sure many of you own this 45. If your copy has the number 7, I think it's 715, I think I showed it to you. That's actually a second press, because when this record was released on the Pilgrim label, the labels didn't have the number. They forgot to put it on the first presses or the first go-round of the release. So that is the true first press. If your copy doesn't have the number, it is the true first press. Then, of course, with the second go-round of the pressing on styrene, you know what Johnny G feels about styrene 45s. But anyway, had no number for you collectors. And actually, I showed you a third press of that with the two Pilgrims on the label. Let's continue here. We are in 1956. Let's go to Newport News, Virginia, this time with a request for listener Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. And this group's debut single on the Groove record label was a song called Chains Around My Heart. And Frank Cassie wanted to hear the follow-up to that on the RCA subsidiary Groove Records. Now it features the unmistakable voice of Raphael Ingram. He's the lead singer. And then you're going to hear tenor James Dozier. He comes in on the bridge. This is from October 1956, The Sound of the Avalons. The Avalons on the Groove label. I'm going to send it out to Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. It's called It's Funny, But It's True. Going out to Frank.
You make me cry and make me feel so very blue. I is true. Funny, so funny, but true.
That's a great sound of the Avalons there by request for listener Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room, October 1956 there. Groove Records, It's Funny, But It's True. What a great tune that is. And that one there, what did I say? That's their second release on Groove. They would have two more releases one on My Heart's Desire in 1958 on Unart. And then they had another one in 1959 on the Casino label called You Can Count on Me. I have those 45s and have featured them here on the program. If you have a request, I'm receiving requests there. I got a request for Bob Cruz. Yes, I do have that 45. I do. So next week I'll feature it for you. That's a very rare 45 too. Next week we'll surprise the listeners with that record. But let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And here's a request for Indrajit Advani, and he wants to send this out to Canadian listener in our YouTube chat room. He wants to send this out to Darren in our chat room. And does anybody know who the Cliques are? You may think they're a group. They are not a group. They are really a duet with Eugene Church and Jesse Belvin out of Los Angeles, California. Their first release was a song called Girl in My Dreams. You may know that. They did the original of that. It was covered by What the Capris did it, and also a girl... the Four Lovers also recorded that song, but they did it first. But Indrajit requested their third release on the Bahari Brothers Modern record label, and is going to send it out to Darren, Record Hound, in our YouTube chat room. July 1956, The Cliques, a.k.a. Eugene Church and Jesse Belvin, on the Modern label. It's called I'm in Love with a Girl.
I'm in love with the girl, and I can't help myself. I need her, yes, I need her, and I don't want no one else. She's a sweet little thing, got dimples in her cheek. Every time she kisses me, my heart skips a beat. Darling, can't you see you meant for me? Without your love, I'd be in the misery. I'm in love. Darling, can't you see you meant for me? Without your love, I'd be in the misery. I'm in love. I'm in love.
July 1956 there. Those are the Cliques, a.k.a. Eugene Church and Jesse Belvin duet there by request for Indrajit Advani, sending it out to Darren in our YouTube chat room. That's their, their third release on the Modern label. I'm in Love with a Girl is the name of the tune. Hopefully you're in love with Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. If you are, please click the thumbs up. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you do, click the bell to to get notifications when Johnny G is live. You should get an email. You got to be signed in, though, to YouTube. That's really the only way to do it. Let's continue now. We are in 1956. This is a request for listener Timothy. Timothy wanted to hear the Platters. Of course, they started for the Federal record label. Got some pretty interesting songs, the early Platters on Federal Records. But when they went to Mercury Records, they became much more polished and maybe a little bit more popish. But I like this record, too, that Timothy requested. I heard it on the Gus Gossard show. He played this record here. It's their 6th release on the Mercury label. It's actually from the LP they put out called The Platters that came out in April of 1956, and this was released in November of 56. Charted number 20 on Billboard, number 7 on the R&B chart. Was a big number 1 record in Pittsburgh if you were listening on WJAS. Of course, Tony Williams on lead. This is for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. November 56, The Platters on Mercury. It's called On My Word of Honor. For Timothy.
On my word of honor, all my love belongs to you. Please put your faith in me. You'll see how true I'll be. Mind to you, it's yours my whole life through. May these lips never kiss you again if they're telling you a lie. It's forever, ever, 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 ever. Cross my by stars above, I'll keep my word, my love. May these lips never kiss you again if they're telling you a lie. It's forever, ever, ever, ever and ever. Cross my heart and hope to die on my word of honor. You mean everything to me. I swear by stars above, I'll keep my word, my love.
As going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. I love that song by the Platters. I do. I don't play a lot of Platters. I usually play the early sides by Tony Williams and the Platters, but it's nice to hear those sides because that's such a great record it is. And On My Word of Honor from November 1956, that's on the Mercury label. What did I say what number that was? That was their 6th release on the Mercury record label. Johnny G here on a Saturday as we continue here. And we are in the year 1956. Now, on the last Vinyl Treasure show, I played a request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. Actually, he sent it out to all the chatters. It was Bobby Ralph and the uncredited Laurels on the Dot label. A song called, what was it called? It was called, Charlie, what was it called? I don't see it. Don't something it was called. Oh. It was called, how could I, Little Fool. Oh my goodness. There you go. Charlene, these flips. Oh my gosh. It was called Little Fool. How could I forget? Must be the COVID fog here. But anyway, we heard them earlier in the show. We heard their debut single, Farewell. We played it for listener Chuck Mitchell in our chat room. But listener Eddie Votex in the UK wants to hear the flip side of this. And it's from October of 1956. It only lists Bobby Ralph as the singer, but really the Laurels are backing him up on this. And it came out on Randy Wood's Dot record label. This is Bobby Ralph on the Dot label, going out to Eddie. It's called I'm Not Afraid.
I'm not afraid to let you know I love you, to let you know I want you. I'm not afraid to fall in love. Oh, are you afraid to let me know if you love me, to let me know if you want me? Are you afraid to fall in love? Why did you run when I kissed you? Oh, why'd you say goodnight at 10? Don't you know I really love you? Well, I love you since heaven knows when. Oh, we're not afraid. We love each other and we know it. We want each other and we'll show it. We're not afraid to fall in love. I loved you, heaven knows when. Oh, we're not afraid. We love each other and we know it. We want each other and we'll show it. We're not afraid to fall in love. Afraid to fall in
As Bobby Ralph on Randy Wood's Dot record label from October 1956. Great two-sided 45. Little Fool, the excellent ballad. The flip side, a nice jump there going out to UK listener Eddie Votex. That's Bobby Ralph and the uncredited Laurels with I'm Not Afraid. Johnny G ain't afraid. Not on a Saturday evening when I'm spinning my 45s as we continue here as we move into 1957. This is a request for David Browder. I don't know if David's still in the chat room. He may have left, but he requested this side. Actually asked to flip it in the chat room on, was it last week? Yeah, last week. I opened up this show with this group from Brooklyn, New York. They were called the Chalets. Was their only release, came out on the True Light record label out of New York City. Was called Fat Mommy-O. And David asked if I could flip the 45 over. We're going to do that before I file it back down in the No Humidity basement. It features Willie Kalia on lead. This is from 1957. It's not easy to find the first press on this, but it's pretty hard. I bought it from Spence when he was alive, selling me records as he did. He would bring me boxes of 45s here to the house every week. He drove from, where was he? In Pompton Lakes, New Jersey, I think. And he would drive and he'd say, Johnny, I got a bunch of records. I don't know, they might have been from Kenny Fuchs. They might have been from other dealers. Brought them to the house and I listened to them on the set. And then he had prices on them and then I would adjust them. Of course, if it was a major one, I didn't argue. I took the record. But anyway, it's a great two-sided 45. This is going out to David Browder, 1957, the Chalets on True Light. It's called Who's Laughing?
Who's laughing?
Who's laughing?
Who's crying?
Who's crying?
Who's
Lonesome and blue.
Who's laughing? Who's crying? Who's lonesome and who's pretending love is ending? Please say it's not true. Can't hide it. I'm so much in love with you. I'm so in love with you. God of my dream, now I'm laughing but crying inside. You're laughing now, but someday I know you will cry. Who's laughing? Who's crying? Who's lonesome and can't hide it? I'm so much in love with
That group out of Brooklyn, New York, they're called the Chalets, 1957 release. Their only release really came out on the True Light record label. That's the flip side of Fat Mommy-O's song entitled Who's Laughing? Willie Kalia. He is the lead singer on that tune. Johnny G here on a Saturday as we continue, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with this next 45 because it was a monster hit for this LA group called the Hollywood Flames. Well, say number 18 on Cashbox, number 11 on Billboard, wait a minute. Yeah, number 11 on Billboard, number 5 on the R&B chart, and a big number 2 record on WWCA in Gary, Indiana. And this is a request for UK listener Abigail Rocket Blast. It was their first of 10 on Leona Roop's Ebb label. Now, the interesting thing about this is that this record was recorded in October of 1955. It was recorded in October of 1955, but not released till 2 years later, because Earl Nelson, who was the lead on this, he sang it as a member of the Voices. They recorded for the Cash record label. And who owned Cash? I forget the name. Where's Reed when you need him? Where's Reed King when you need him? As Johnny G's drawing a blank. But Cash Records sold the master to Leona Roop on Ebb label, and they released it in October of 1957. So these are the Hollywood Flames by request for Abigail Rocket Blast in the UK. I know they dance to this record there. They swing to it. October 57, the Hollywood Flames on Ebb with Buzz, Buzz, Buzz.
Well, buzz, buzz, buzz goes the bumblebee. Tweedledee
As going out to UK listener Abigail Rocket Blast, the sound of the Hollywood Flames, their first of 10 on the Ebb label, October 57, with Earl Nelson on lead. Buzz, Buzz, Buzz is the name of the tune. Let's continue now, and let's go back out to California here. This is for listener Nat Papagallo down in Naples, Florida. Now, this group's signature song came out in July of 1954 on Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label. Sure, many of you know the song. It was called The Letter. And remember, it featured a couple of made-up words. I mean, what is sweet words of pismotality and the puppetoots of love? What is that? What does that mean? I don't know what it means. But anyway, Nat requested the A-side to their 9th of 12 on Dootsy Williams' Dutone and Duto record label. This tune written by the lead singer. This is on the Duto label. Vernon Green. Vernon Green on lead from June 1957. It's by Vernon Green and the Medallions. For Nat, it's called For Better or For Worse.
For better or for worse, I'll always love you. If you be true, then I will say I do. For better or for worse, we'll walk down the aisle, you dressed in white, with me wearing a smile. Oh yes, and I'll promise, yes, 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 to be true. Yes, 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 and I'll always, yes, 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 and I'll always love you for better or for worse. We'll live happily in that little white house where we raise a family. Oh yes, and I'll promise, yes, 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 to be true. Yes, 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 and I'll always, yes, 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 and I'll always love you for better or for worse. We'll live happily in that little white house where we'll raise a family.
And raise a family, and raise a family, and raise a family.
Well, that's how it used to be, if you listen to the words of the song. But that's for listener Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida, June 1957. Vernon Green and the Medallions on Duto Records. For better or for worse. That's what you accept, Johnny G. For better or for worse. But we're for the better. Now we are. Yes, we are, as we continue here in 1957. Now, last week I played a request for listener Ronnie Sherman by John Littleton and the Capistranos. Came out on Don Roby's Duke label out of Houston, Texas. And listener Jim Lampley in Texas requested the flip side, which, even though it says It says John Littleton and the Capistranos. It is not him on lead. And the lead singer on this side is James Brown, not the James Brown on Federal Records, a different James Brown. I think he's originally from Texas. He's the lead singer on this, and he also wrote the song. This is with Alex Sample and his orchestra from November 57, going out to listener Jim Lampley in Texas. This is John Littleton and the Capistranos with James Brown on lead on Duke Records. It's called, well, it should be Poor Mary, but it's Po Mary for Jim in Texas.
Mary, 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 never, never, never be contrary. You're so weak you can hardly walk.
Well, all you can do is talk and talk for Mary. Yeah, 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 for Mary. Whoa, 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 for Mary. Ooh. Well, come on, Mary, let me play with you. Now we play the games we used to do. Well, hide and go seek, you might be found. Ring around the road now, how that sound for Mary? Yeah, 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 for Mary. Whoa, 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 for Mary. Well, come on, Mary, get off your stump. We'll rock and roll and do a two-step jump. Well, you jump to the front, you jump to the back. That's the kind of jumping you know I like for Mary. Yeah, 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 for Mary. Whoa, 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 for Mary. Ooh, you one lady girl. Might be found. Ring around the rosy now, how that sound for Mary? Yeah, 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 for Mary. Oh, 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 for Mary. You one lady, go little Mary. You one lady, and you're so lazy. You one lady, oh, but I love you. You one lady.
And that one really rocks there, boy. Even listening to it, starring Johnny G out. That's John Littleton and the Capistranos. That features James Brown. He wrote the song. He's also the lead singer from November 57 on Duke Records. That's Don Roby's Duke Records out of Houston, Texas. Po Mary is the name of the tune. These records, if you're a collector, they can make you po. They can. That means poor, I guess. But let's continue here. We go back to Philadelphia here with this request for listener Adrian Viterbo. Again, wants Johnny G to do a Kitty Lead special on a Monday afternoon. We can do that. And this would have to be part of the special, of course, because this is a Kitty Lead. I think he is. And this is came out on the Red Top label. It was a label owned by Doc Bagby and Melvin Schwartz and Irving Nathan. And it's the debut single for this group. They're called The Students, not to be confused with the group that recorded I'm So Young for, what was that, Note Records. Also, you may own it on the Checker label. But this is on the Red Top label out of Philadelphia. Came out in August 57. Collie Williams, he's the lead singer on this. We go to August 57, The Students on Red Top. It's called My Heart is an Open Door. This is for Adrian.
My heart, my heart is an
Call my name. I'm not to blame. My heart is an open door. An open door for you.
Yeah, that chatter in the end there, they let that go through. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room, August 1957, a group called The Students. The Students out of Philadelphia, Collie Williams on lead. It's on the Red Top record label. My Heart is an Open Door for you collectors out there. The red labeled Red Top is what, a 1961 press, I think. They were pushing that record. Slim Rose was pushing that copy in Times Square Records. So I know people that were buying the 45 back then in the early 60s would get it on the red label. Much harder on this kind of like a light bluish, I guess, with the red script logo. Now this singer, Collie Williams, he would later become the lead of the Allures. The Allures that recorded for the Melron label. In '64 they did a song called King of Love. I think I have that record, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, we continue here. We are in 1957, and this is a request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. Wants to send it out to Johnny G and all the chatters in the YouTube chat room. And you know the Harptones, not really known for their up-tempo tunes. Of course, very classic ballads that they do with Willie Winfield and the Harptones. Well, this release is on George Gollner's G record label. Song written by Raul Sita, their manager, and I think he also played the piano for them too, and he managed the group. And this is actually a B-side. The A-side was called Cry Like I Cried and came out in October of 1957, but Mike requested the flip side. The flip side here, but this record was first recorded as a duet. By Roy and Gloria in September of 1957. And Roy was really Raul Sita, and Gloria was really Gloria Hawkins. And it came out on Deluxe Records. But the Harptones released it as a B-side in October 1957, and it is also a duet because it features Willie Winfield on lead and Harriet Williams. She is also on this. So this is by request for Mike Sape, sending it out to Johnny G and all of you guys and gals in chat. October 57, the Harptones on G. It's called So Good, So Fine.
So good, so fine, baby, you're divine. As I'm walking down the street, telling everyone I meet, so good, so fine, you're mine. Your kiss sets me afire. Your love is my desire. As I'm walking down the street, telling everyone I meet, so good, so fine, you're mine. You know I want you to be mine. Think you are divine. You know I want to hold you tight. Love you all night. Comes the morning, I'll be fine, but I'll still feel the same as last night. I also love you, and I want you. So good, so fine, you're mine. So good, so fine, so good, you're mine. So good, so fine, so good, you're mine. Walking, walking, so good, so good, so good. You know I want you to be mine. Think you are divine. You know I want to hold you tight. Love you all night. Comes the morning, I'll be honest, but I'll still feel the same as last night.
you go, October 1957 there. Those are the Harptones. Really on vocals there, that's Willie Winfield and Harriet Williams. That is a B-side. The B-side to Cry Like I Cried, George Goldner's G label there. So Good, So Fine is the name of the tune, by request from Mike Sape, sending it out to all you chatters and to your host disc jockey Johnny G. Let's move on now here. We are in 1957. Let's go to Johnny Vincent's Ace record label for this one. I just love this record, and this is a request for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. The group is out of Columbus, Ohio, and it's their only release, and they're called The Supremes, and it features Huey Smith on piano, and of course, I think his group, The Clowns, were the house band for the Ace label, and so that's probably the backing band here on this. This is from July of 1957. It features Forrest Porter on lead, and I ranked this record pretty high in my voting on that Relic Rack survey for 1957. This is from July 57, going out to Kenny Mack. Let's give a listen to The Supremes on Ace. It's called Just for You and I.
We have never met, no way that most lovers do. I'll always be waiting for someone like you. Everybody knows I have friends who are very sweet and true, but now I'm tired, yes I'm tired of loving everyone but you.
Darling, when the dawn comes up and the moon rolls by, I count each and every star, just wonder where you are. While the moonlight sings a lullaby, darling, just for you and I.
Each time I pray, I see visions of you. But when I awaken, all I have is an empty room. Oh, my darling, where are you? Oh, my darling, where are you? Oh, my darling, where are
July 1957 release there, going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. That is Forrest Porter and the Supremes on Johnny Vincent's Ace record label, Just for You and I. Great tune. Now, Forrest Porter would also become a member of the Four Pharaohs. The Four Pharaohs, they do Give Me Your Love. What a great record that is. Johnny G here, spinning these 45s. We are in the year 1957. Here's a request for UK listener Abigail Rocket Blast. This group out of Detroit, Michigan, began recording back in January of 52 for the Citation label, a label out of Detroit, Michigan. But in 1956, they signed with Herman Lubinsky's Savoy label out of Newark, New Jersey. They would have their biggest hit with their first release on Savoy called Bad Boy, but Abigail requested their second of 5 on the Savoy record label. This is from April 57. It features William Pee Wee Tinney on lead. Let's give a listen to the Jive Bombers. The Jive Bombers on Savoy Records, going out to Abigail. It's called The Blues Don't Mean a Thing.
Oh, the blues don't mean a thing in my young life. Somewhere, somehow, I'm gonna lose them. Oh, the girls don't mean a thing in my young life. Somewhere, somehow, I'm gonna lose them. Oh, never tear and never care, never heartache that I can bear. So baby, please don't try to make me blue, 'cause I can't love you like you want me to.
Going out to UK listener Abigail Rocket Blast, April 1957, the Jive Bombers. The Jive Bombers with William Pee Wee Tinney on lead. That one there on Savoy Records, their second of 5, called The Blues Don't Mean a Thing. That's a cool swing record there. Swing your partner around. Yes, we do. Let's continue now, and this is a request for listener Timothy as we head to New Haven, Connecticut for this group. It's a female lead with male backing. Now, this group is actually a tale of two vocal groups out of New Haven, Connecticut. The female lead, she was a member of a group known as the Chestnuts, recorded for Joe Davis's Davis label. Now, the male members were known as the Pyramids, and the Pyramids also recorded for Joe Davis's label. Now, Benny Benjamin asked, and who was that? Benny Benjamin, who was that? Asked if they would consider doing backup for the with a female lead. Now, who was Benny Benjamin though, Charlene? That's what I don't know. But they agreed. Now, her name was Ruby Whitaker, and the result was this release of, and it's actually a cover tune. This song dates back to 1940, and other groups also have recorded this tune. I think the Four Tunes, the Ink Spots, and many single artists recorded this song. But let's give a listen to this version as requested by Timothy. This is on George Goldner's Mark X label from October 57. Ruby Whitaker and the Pyramids. This is for Timothy. It's called I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, for Timothy.
She don't want to set the world on fire.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start them in your
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, October 1957. Ruby Whitaker and the Pyramids on the Mark X record label by request for Timothy. I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. That one there on George Goldner's Mark X record label. And I have one more release here in the year 1957. This group from Queens, New York. This is a request for listener Indrajit Advani. They have some cool releases on George Goldner's G record label. My aunt purchased a bunch of their records. I think the first one that she purchased was Can't We Be Sweethearts? But this one was recorded in October of 1956, was released in January of 1957, and it's their fifth of 14 on George Goldner's G record label. It features Herbie Cox on lead, Going Out to Indrajit in the UK. January 57, the Cleftones. Cleftones on G. It's called Why You Do Me Like You Do. That's the fifth of 14 for the Cleftones, Herbie Cox and the Cleftones, January 1957. That's on the G record label. Why Do You Do Me Like You Do? Indrajit Advani in the UK requested that tune. Used to hear the Cleftones on oldies radio here in New York City on WCBS FM. Not anymore. Not anymore, you don't. You can hear it right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Maybe, Donald, they still play that down in Philadelphia there. I'm pretty sure they do on the stations. But that one there, the cool... My aunt used to like that record too, by the way. She remembers hearing it on the radio. Anyway, let's go to Newark, New Jersey now as we move into 1958. And this is the group's, actually the B-sides, the B-side of the debut single for this group. It's a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This is on High Weiss's Old Town record label. Now, this record released in November of 1958, and this was the A-side of the record. The side that Gordy requested was the intended A-side, which unfortunately didn't go anywhere, but I prefer this side than the flip, and it's not bad, the flip side here. But the DJ started to play the B-side of the 45 like in March and April of 1959, and then the record started taking off, and it ended up becoming the group's biggest hit. The song was called So Fine. which, by the way, is a cover. The song was first recorded back in 1955 by a group called the Sheiks on the Federal label. But let's give a listen to the side that Gordy requested, which is the intended A-side, and it is a wonderful ballad. It features Tommy Bullock on lead. Let's go to November of 1958 for the sound of the Fiestas. The Fiestas on the Old Town label, and the tune is called Last Night I Dreamed. This is for Gordy.
Last night I dreamed of holding you tight. It was a
As by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, the great sound of the Fiestas there, November 1958 on the Old Town record label. That was the intended A-side. It was called Last Night I Dreamed. Now, for you collectors out there, Big Dave Swinger, he mentioned it. The Columbia pressing, the styrene Columbia pressing, is the true first pressing of this 45, and you can tell very easily. So, of course, some people don't know the difference between styrene records and vinyl records, okay? So they don't, but you can tell with this one, because if you listen to, I'll just play a little bit of this. This is the vinyl press of So Fine, if you have it, okay, which is... this is not the original press of it, but this later on they press these. But if you listen, you'll hear the beginning how it sounds. Listen.
So fine.
Okay, you see, it didn't have that piano intro. Now, if you, and you know that's how they. I think that's how they. I don't know. I don't know what Sirius Radio uses on that, but this is how the original is supposed to sound in the beginning.
So fine.
So, if you bought this record, I'm sure when it came out, it probably was this copy. I'm guessing. I don't know. But that's how you tell the difference. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. We are in the year 1958. Let's go to this next group. They're from Brooklyn, New York. Now, this is a request from Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to Jimmy Amato in our chat room. This group from Brooklyn first recorded as The Lanes on George Goldner's G record label. And this vocal quartet then changed their name to The Dynamics, and they had this release on Bob Shad's Warner label out of New York City. It's from February 58. It features Pat Flugeri, Pat Flugeri on lead. They're called the Dynamics. The Dynamics out of Brooklyn on Warner Records. This is by requested Mike Sape to Jimmy Amato. It's called 100 Million Lies.
Made me realize that we are through. Yes, we're really through. I tried, yes I tried, but you told me 100 million lies. 100 million kisses started it all. I was always waiting and your beck and call. I tried, but you told me 100 million lies. I believed in you, thinking you were true. Didn't I do everything I could do? Place my heart in your hand, there at your command, but you broke my heart in two. Now I'm all alone by the telephone, wishing it would ring so my heart could sing. Though we've said goodbye, I still love your 100 million lies. I'm alone by the telephone, wishing it would ring so my heart could sing. Though we've said goodbye, I still love your 100 million lies. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. 100 million, 100 million, 100 million lives.
February 1958 release there for the Dynamics. Dynamics on the Warner label. Bob Shad's Warner Records there. 100 Million Miles. 100 million lies. This is miles, yeah, like a horror movie, right? 100 million miles there. And that one there is, that group originally recorded as the Lanes. The Lanes on the G label. That's by request from Mike Sape going out to Jimmy Amato. Found that in the wild for 10 cents. Really can't go wrong finding records like that out in the wild. Let's continue here. This is a request for Lenny G. Lenny, is it, how do you pronounce it? Goret, or is it Goretti? Goret, Lenny Goret in our YouTube chat room. We'll call him Lenny G. And I think on my July 3rd Monday afternoon program, the Countdown Show, for 1958 Relic Countdown, I featured this group. Their debut single came in at number 243 on the survey on the Mohawk label. They're out of Brooklyn, New York. They had 4 releases on Irving Spice's Mohawk label, and this is their second release, requested by Lenny G in our YouTube chat room. They were known as Lonnie and the Carolines, and Lonnie's real name is Irving Brodsky. This charted number 5 on WBNY in Buffalo, New York. We go back to October of 1958 for Lonnie and the Carolines, going out to Lenny G in our chat room. It's on Mohawk Records. The song is called Hold Me Close.
for one more dance before we must go home. So hold me close, hold me tight, my love. There's no time, there's no chance for us to be alone. So hold me close, hold me tight, my love. When the dance is over and we've said goodnight, dream of me, my baby, dream of me tonight. There's no time, there's no chance for us to be alone. So hold me close, hold me tight, my love. When the dance is over and we've said goodnight, dream of me, my baby, dream of me tonight. There's just time for one more dance before we must go home. So hold me close, hold me tight, my love.
Hold me close, hold me tight,
Yeah, cool. That's Lonnie and the Carolines with Irvin Brodsky on lead, October 1958. That's going out to Lenny Jarrett. Is that how you say it with the G, you said, right, Lenny? Hopefully I did not butcher that name. Johnny G is... I'm a master of butchering, that is for sure. But that's Lonnie and the Carolines. They're second of four on Irving Spice's Mohawk label. Hold Me Close, a group out of Brooklyn, New York. This next 45, this group is also out of Brooklyn, New York. And last week, Kenny Mack requested this group from Brooklyn called The Velours, their fifth release on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label. But the B-side of the 45, it was called Can I Walk You Home? And this is the flip side, which charted nationally. This was number 83 on Billboard. And this is a 45 that my aunt had in her collection, but hers was on the Orange Press Onyx label, which was pressed by which was the original Onyx pressing. And I think when MGM got into the picture, Cub Records or Orbit Records, they put it out with the green label. That's how you tell the difference. But this is from March of 1958. I think, Daryl, you requested this, if I'm not mistaken, but I was going to play it anyway because I love this record. Jerome Ramos on lead with the Velours. It's with Sammy Lowe and the orchestra on Onyx Records. These are the Velours with their tune called Remember. We'll send it out to Daryl.
To feel your hand in mine would make me feel divine. Hold you ever so tight, my sweet, would make my life complete. Remember how we vowed we would never part. Then to promise from
go. The sound of the Velours there. We'll send it out to Daryl Letts. And my aunt loved that record. Ma, you should remember that record because I used to play it a lot here in the house. Those are the Velours. Jerome Ramos on lead. Their fifth release on the Onyx label from March 58. Remember is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 1958. Here is a request for listener Emnon, and he wants to send this song out to Johnny G's mom and dad. Yes, thank you, Amnon, for doing that. This is on Vivian Carter's VJ record label, and the singer's name here, his name is Mickey Tillman. Mickey Tillman and an uncredited group backing him up, and but they are really the Shepherds backing him up, and that's the same group that recorded for the Apex label, and you may know their signature song called Island of Love, and but they're backing up this artist by the name of Mickey Tillman. Charlene, I think that Emnon mentioned something about that this, and I don't know if it's right because I don't know if you checked it out, because he said this was, this person was related to Sonny Till. I don't know. But I was going to look at it because sometimes when Emnon says his request to me, he puts down the information of the group. So I don't know if you checked it, but you should have looked into that just to double check. But anyway, this is by a request for Emnon, dedicating it to Johnny G's mother and father from August 58. Mickey Tillman and group on VJ Records. It's called Dear Mom and Dad.
Dear Mom and Dad, I guess at times we all seem bad. We bop and stroll right through the land, but G-T-A is grand. Us when we worry you. I guess you both will be real glad when we are moms and dads. But when we all grow up, simply fill our cup with thoughts we reminisce. So please stay near and help to guide our future, dear. And don't get sore when we wear our jeans. Remember you and Dad were teens. So please stay near and help to guide our future, dear. And don't get sore when we wear our jeans. Remember you and Dad were teens.
That's August 1958 there. Mickey Tillman and an uncredited group, but they're the Shepherds. The Shepherds that recorded for Apex Records. That's on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. Dear Mom and Dad, requested by listener Emnon, sending it out to my mother, Dominica, and we'll call her Maggie, and my father Giovanni, aka John. He goes by the name John, and I'm Johnny G, the oldest son here, spinning 45s as we continue in the year 1958. And I knew Big Dave Swinger might recognize this song because this is a request for him. And I know many of you are familiar with a song called For Your Love, as done by Ed Townsend. And that was his initial release on the Capitol record label. And that was a 45 my aunt purchased back when it came out. She didn't have this record. Capitol released that record in March of 1958. But this 45 that I'm spinning was released in February of 1958 on the Capitol subsidiary Prep Records. And when I bought this record, Jerry Diaz sold it to me. He didn't sell it to me for a lot of money. I have both a promo and a stock of this. But he told me that, as I draw a total blank, Ed Townsend, right. Ed Townsend, who wrote this song, is also the lead singer. So if you know Ed Townsend's voice, I don't know, Big Dave Swinger, you tell me. I think it sounds like Ed Townsend. At least Jerry Diaz told me that when he sold me the 45. But I think he's the lead singer on this. And he gets writer credit, as I mentioned. And this is a request for Big Dave Swinger. February 58, The Holidays with 2 L's. It's on the Prep label. It's called I'm Not Ashamed for Big Dave.
I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed to warn you. I'm not ashamed to cry. I'm not ashamed to stare when you walk by. Each word you say delights me, and when I hear your name, the thought of you drives me insane. I lost my pride. What good is pride if I can't have you? I'm not ashamed to need you like I do, and I'm not ashamed of being in love with you. I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed. I'll tell the world. I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed. I want you to know. No, 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 I'm not ashamed. Well, I'm not
As going out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room, as Johnny G forgot to sign in to the Oldies and More station there. I want to welcome in Oldies and More Radio here to the Vinyl Treasure Show. Thank you for tuning in to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. It's a 1950s and early 60s edition. We spin the 45s here from 9 p.m. till midnight. We do overtime here on Oldies and More Radio, and there you go. That is going out to Big Dave Swinger. The Holidays there. I say that Ed Townsend sounds so much like him on lead. February 1958. I'm Not Ashamed is the name of that one on the Prep label, subsidiary of Columbia. It just all holds together. And I think Marvin Pod has it. He was a member. I think he's the lead. That's what I say. Anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures as we up next, a request for listener Nat Papagallo. This group is from, is it the Bushwick section of Brooklyn? I guess it is. And they're known as the Markells. And they had this lone release that came out on Victor Mendolia's R&M record label. This is from October of 1958. It features Frank Tesorier on lead. They're called the Markells. The Markells is going out to Nat Papagallo. This is on R&M Records. It's called The Letter of Love for Nat.
Do, do, do.
This is my letter to you. I'm hoping you think of me too. It's been so long, my dear, so very long, since I've held you in my arms, held you in my arms, the tears in my eyes, they make me realize my love for you just starts to grow and grow, but no one really knows, no one really knows.
Well, I am waiting, 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 oh, and I am hoping, 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 oh, and I am praying, 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 oh, you think of me too, bit, bit,
Best wishes to you. I'm closing this letter for you. Just praying, darling, that you write real soon. Just saying I love you.
As by request for listener Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida. Nat, I'm going to guess, I don't know if this record was booted. It probably was, because that's not an easy record to find, this white group out of Brooklyn, New York, the Markells, October 1958 on R&M Records. It's called The Letter of Love. That was booted, I would say, because if you have that in your jukebox, then we have a scoop here, at least an original. So that's what I'm guessing. So you can text me that when you get to this part of the program. Anyway, let's continue here. We move into 1959. I didn't know that Lenny G recorded a record. No, I'm only teasing you, Lenny, because this next artist goes by the name of Lenny G. Yeah, but it is a group. Where is this record out of? It's out of Baltimore, Maryland, because I found this record in the wild. I did. But this is a request for listener Timothy. I don't know if Timothy's back here in the chat room there. So Timothy requested this next song and wants to send it out to UK listener Abigail Rocket Blast. There you go. This group, I'm going to say the label's out of Baltimore. I'm guessing this artist is too. And it's his only release. He also wrote the tune. Oh, she's got information. His name is Leonard Gracino. But he recorded as Lenny G. It's on a label called Bay, B-A-Y-E, Bay Records. And like I said, I found it in the wild for $0.25. It's February 59. It's going out to Abigail Rocket Blast by request for Timothy. Lenny G on Bay. It's called I Need Your Love.
I need your love, I need it bad. Without your love, I'm going mad. I can't help crying. I feel so sad, sweetheart. I need your kisses. I need your love. A bright moon shining high up above. It's you, my darling. I'm so in love, sweetheart. I need your love. I feel so very lonely without you, dear. How I wish that you were here. Can't help living in constant fear that you might find some other dear. I need your love, your burning kiss, and all your hugging I sure do miss. I need your love, just like this, sweetheart. I need your love. Very lonely without you, dear. How I wish that you were here. Can't help living in constant fear that you might find some other dear. I need your love, your burning kiss, and all your hugging I sure do miss. I need your love, just like this, sweetheart. I need your love.
There you go. That's going by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. That's sending that out to Abigail Rocket Blast over in the UK. February 59 release. Lenny G and a group. Cool guitar work on that song, though. I Need Your Love is the name of that one on the Bay label out of Baltimore, Maryland. And we stay in 1959. This is a request for Arizona listener Stephen Cargman, as the singer on this was the lead singer of the Valentines, recorded for George Goldner's Rama record label. But after the group split up, he continued to assist George Goldner with artists, writing, producing, and discovering new artists, and also continued to record. He had releases on a number of different labels: MGM, Metro, Orchid, Gone, 20th Century, Seville, Crackerjack, Swan, and others. But in May of 1959, he recorded a song together with the Chantels backing him up, and it's a request for listener Stephen Cargman. This record first issued, and I don't know why they did this, but first came out as Richie B. So there are copies that exist as Richie B. Then it was released as Richard Barrett with the Chantels, and it's appropriate for this time of year. This charted number 38 on WHK in Cleveland, Ohio. We go to May of 1959 for Richard Barrett and the Chantels on the Gone label. Going out to Stephen. It's called Summer's Love.
We'll be together once more.
1959 release there for Richard Barrett and the Chantels. That's on the Gone record label, Summer's Love. That's going out to listener Steve Cargman in Arizona. Now, the interesting thing is, does anybody have Goldner put out, or it might have been, I think it was Goldner, because he's still, the last label that he lost was Gone Records, and he put out like those Battle of the Groups. You know what I'm talking about? They were like six, I think there were 6 songs on the EP. I think there were like 10 of them, if I'm not mistaken. On that Battle of the Group, I think EP number 5, they dubbed in a male group behind Richard Barrett. And that's what I played the last time. At least Charlene has the note here for that, because I have that record that I should have played the male group backing him up on that. But anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures, and we go back to Brooklyn, New York. This is a request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group had 6 releases on the Laurie label, and this was their debut single and their biggest hit, and a tune written by Doc Pomus and Mort Schumann, and it features Phil Krakolici, or Krakolici. I think in the American they call C-I-C, but it's really Chi in Italian. C-I is Chi in Italian. And this charted number 20 on Billboard, number 2 on WCOP in Boston, Massachusetts. It's a debut single for a group known as the Mystics from April 1959. This is going out to Gordy. It's on the Laurie label. It's called Hush-A-Bye. That's a debut single for the Mystics there. Great tune. Classic, we'll call it. April 1959, going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. The Mystics on the Laurie label, their tune called Hush-A-Bye. For you collectors out there, because people sell it all the time on eBay with the LR in front of it. Laurie Records reissued everything, or a lot of things. That Carillions, they did not. I've never seen a copy of that Carillions 45 on the Laurie label, but the originals on this must be on styrene, unless there was one pressing plant, though, that did press like really thick vinyl copies, because I know when I would come across Dion and the Belmonts 45s on those, and it was weird because they had the Columbia stampers in them too with the numbers. I mean, you can see them embossed there in the dead wax, which is interesting. I picked that up with a bunch of Dion stereo singles. They with the small hole. That was pretty interesting. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. We are in the year 1959. Lenny G gets a treat here. Lenny, you had both these records? You bought these when these records when they came out? We go back to Brooklyn, back to Irving Spice's Mohawk label for Lonnie and the Carolines. This is their fourth release from December 59 with Irving Brodsky on lead. This is going out to Lenny G in our YouTube chat room. Lonnie and the Carolines on Mohawk Records. It's called The Gang All Knows for Lenny.
Much in love. Oh, the gang knows it's you I'm thinking of. I only know that I'm gonna love you forever and ever, sweetheart. Oh, the gang knows a love that's growing stronger. Oh, the gang to me you do belong. I only know that I'm gonna love you forever and ever, sweetheart. You will always be for eternity, my love, my love.
That's going out to Lenny G in our YouTube chat room. That's Lonnie and the Carolines, their fourth release on Irving Spice's Mohawk label. December 1959, The Gang All Knows. Yes, The Gang All Knows that Johnny G only plays original vinyl 45s right here on YouTube and Oldies and More Radio as we continue. Move into 1960 now. This is Buddy Caldwell's V-Tone record label out of Philadelphia, and it's a request for listener Mnon, and the only release for this group out of Chester, Pennsylvania. They're called the Clefs. The Clefs, C-L-E-F-T-S. This is from June of 1960. The song is called Dreaming. This is for Mnon.
Tell me, did it happen?
June 1960 release there by request for listener Amnon. They're called the Clefs. The Clefs on the V-Tone label. This group is out of Chester, Pennsylvania. It's called Dreamin' is the name of that tune here. And let's stay in 1960 with this request for listener Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. This group is out of Canton, Ohio. They all got together while they were in high school, and they signed with Sid Nathan's King record label, had 2 releases on the King label, and they were known as the Mascots, and they would later on record as the OJs. But prior to that, they were known as the Mascots. This is their second of 2 for King Records. It features Eddie Levert on lead, which is going out to Adrian from December 1960. The Mascots on King. It's called Lonely Rain.
Rain, 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 rain,
rain, rain, rain, rain, rain, rain, rain, rain, rain, rain. Oh, here comes the rain. Here comes the rain. Here comes the rain. That lonely rain. Oh, here comes the rain. That old lonely rain. Reminding me of the time when you were mine, letting it go drip, drop, drip, remind me of the tears that I shed through all those nights, my dear. This love of ours was so divine. You are my life. Wish you were mine. This love of ours was so divine. You are my life. Wish you were mine. Oh, here comes the rain. That old lonely rain, reminding me of the time when you were mine. Letting it go drip, drop, drip. Remind me of the tears that I shed through all those nights, my dear. This
That's going out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room there. Those are the Mascots, a.k.a. the OJs. Sid Nathan's King record label, December 1960 release, their second release on the King label. Lonely Rain is the name. Don't bring the rain, I'm telling you. These downpours on these hot days are just a horror here with all the flooding and whatnot. We don't need the rain. We are in 1960 as this is a request from one Connecticut requester to another, dedicating it to another Connecticut requester. Mike Sape from Connecticut requested it to a record collector and listener. I don't know if Randy's still collecting. Maybe he is. I haven't seen Randy in a long, long time. I met him up at the Waterbury, Connecticut show many, many years ago, though. But this is a request from Mike Sape, wants to send it out to listener Randy Cayola. The members of this group were from the White Plains and Yonkers, New York area in Westchester County, not really far from where your host Johnny G is broadcasting. Now, this is their debut single. Came out on George Goldner's Gold Disc label, but I thought the other side was the A side. I didn't check to see the Teenage Vows of Love, but Mike requested the flip, and this charted This charted number 11 on WLS in Chicago. It features Frank Camerata on lead. Let's go to December of 1960. Give a listen to The Dreamers. The Dreamers on the Gold Disc label. For Mike Sape, sending it out to Randy Caola. The song is called Natalie.
My
I love her well, love her so. I'll never ever let her go. I love her, can't you see?
talking about
my Natalie. I knew the air was much. I spilled to a slightest touch. She's mine, you baby.
do you mean?
My Natalie. I want her in my arms forever to be with me. And then I lose my mind.
She said,
I love you, Daddy.
I love her and she loves me. We're as happy as we can be. I'll never set her free.
oh, you know it's
My Natalie. I want her in my arms forever to be with me. And then I lose my mind.
she said,
I love you, Daddy.
I love her and she loves me. We're as happy as we can be. I'll never set her free.
how you know it's
My Natalie.
December 1960 release there for The Dreamers, Frank Camerata and The Dreamers on the Gold Disc record label, song called Natalie. That's by request from Mike Sape. It was Mike Sape in Connecticut sending it out to Randy Caola, listener in Connecticut there. And it was, I met Frank Camerata's son. I forget his name. I think I told you the story that I used to get I don't think they have it anymore. Remember the penny saver where people would put advertisements in the penny saver for anything, what they were looking for, what they were selling, they had jobs in there, they had all tires and all this stuff. So I saw records for sale, and it was a little up the line, like in Golden's Bridge, somewhere up there off of 684. So I drove up there, and I knocked on the door, and I met the guy. He probably was a little bit older than me. Was his home. He was married, but he told me he was allergic to mold, and his father was the lead singer of the Dreamers, and he gave me a cassette tape, and he gave me some cool 45's, and I think I paid like a couple dollars a piece, I don't know, and they were all nice and clean. But it was Frank Camerata's son. It was, now that I remember it. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue. We are in 1961 now. This is a request I was saving for listener Wayne Thompson, listening in West Covina, California. Now, he requested this group from Baltimore, Maryland. Now, the lead singer was a member of the Twilighters that recorded for the Marshall label, but he went into the service didn't come out until 1961, and he formed a new group. He called them the Cool Gents with a C, and had this release on the New York City-based CJ label. So this is by request for listener Wayne Thompson, August 1961. It's DeRoy Green and the Cool Gents on CJ Records. It's called Beggar to a Queen. This is going out to Wayne Thompson in California.
Some people do things in this world I know they're sorry for. I was a king, now I'm a beggar to a queen. I asked you for love. Oh, I'm just a plain old Joe. It comes from the lips of a beggar to a queen. You're a king's worth more than gold itself. I'm begging for love, the greatest treasure of my life. Oh, 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 a beggar's world as one wish. Your Majesty, please, oh, share this life with me. Let us be rich in the happy years I've asked you for. Though I'm just a plain old Joe, it comes from the lips of a beggar to a queen. I was a beggar.
That's a nice tune there by Delroy Green and the Cool Gents, released in August of 1961. That's on the CJ record label. Let's go now to Wayne Thompson, listening in West Covina, California. Hope you heard that live there, Wayne. Delroy Green and the Cool Gents, Beggar to a Queen is the name of the tune. Also later released on the Suzy, Sooze label. Anyway, I think that's the second label. I'm pretty sure when I checked on, I'll double check, Chuck, to see that. But anyway, we are in 1961. Let's go back to Chicago, Illinois. This is a request for Kenny Mack. This group had two earlier releases on the VJ record label in 1958, but they signed with USA Records and in 1961. And they're called the Dell Tones. The Dell Tones here. This is from January 61. It features Sandy Basile on lead with Sal and the Sidemen. They're probably providing the instrumentation. And this is from January 61. This is for Kenny Mack. The Dell Tones on USA. It's called Please Talk to Me.
My darling, hear my plea. I am sorry for things I said and done. Darling, I know that you're the only one. Please talk to me. Every night I'll hope and pray that someday I will hear you say I love you, darling, but please don't go away. Just talk to me. We walk hand in hand in the moonlight, kiss on the shady tree. That one little kiss had started this love between you and me.
That's going out to listener Kenny Mack there, the sound of the Dell Tones out of Chicago, January 61 on the USA record label. Please Talk to Me is the name of the tune. They recorded one more on USA, but as the Parliaments. Not easy records to find on the USA record label. We stay in 1961 here. Earlier in the show, we heard from the Platters, Tony Williams and the Platters, but in June of 1960, the group recruited Sonny Turner because Tony Williams left the Platters in June of 1960. They recruited Sonny Turner as his replacement, and Sonny also sang lead with a group called the Metrotones, recorded for the Reserve label. But this next tune was a request for, well, actually, he asked me if I had it, Bill Obe. He said it was a great record, and it is, because the last time I played this was for listener George Tompkins. So we're going to send this one out to Bill Obe from November of 1961. It features Sonny Turner on lead. He was the new lead of the Platters, and this is from November 61. This charted number 42 on WNDR in Syracuse, New York. The Platters on Mercury. It's called Song for the Lonely. This is for Bill Obe.
Here is a song for the lonely. Is a song for the blue. Well, I know how it feels to be lonely. For once I was lonely like you. Here is a song for the loser. Is a song for the lost. Well, I know how it feels to be losing when you find that your true love was false. Yes, I know how it feels to be comforted.
Yes, I know.
When you're lonesome,
yes, I know.
And you're blue,
yes, I know.
It's so hard to conceal.
I know.
I know just how
yes,
it feels.
I know.
For once I was lonely like you. Here's a song, loser weeper. Maybe you'll feel better inside. Well, I know how it feels to have nightmares for dreams when your heart is too broken to cry. For once, loser.
We'll send that one out to Bill Obe there, the sound of the Platters. Platters with Sonny Turner on lead, November 1961. That's on the Mercury label. Song for the Lonely. Now, he had 13 of their later Mercury releases that he did lead on. After Tony Williams left the Platters, of course, he became the lead singer of the Platters when they recorded for the Music-Core record label. Had all those big soul releases on Music-Core record label. So, Tony, you should know about those. As we continue here on Vinyl Treasures, we stay in 1961. Who was asking me about this Bells record? I think Tom M. was asking me about this group, but they are out of Vicksburg, Mississippi. Now, I don't know who the lead singer is on this, but this is actually a request for Indrajit Advanti. Wants to send this one out to Darren, There you go. This is going out to Record Hound in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group is Vicksburg, Mississippi, they're from, backed by a band of Murray Kellum, who was on guitar, Ronnie Kellum, who was on bass, Dublin Lancaster on the drums, and the pianist on this is Tim Whitsett, who actually has his own releases on this label too. This is on the Trepco record label, George Trebachet's Trevco label. The group is called The Vels, came out in September 61, by request for Indrajit, going out to Darren. The Vels on Trepco with Please Be Mine.
1, 2, 3,
September 61 release there for The Vels. The Vels, by request for Indrajit Advati, sending it out to listener Darren, Record Hound, in our YouTube chat room. The Vels with Please Be Mine. It's on the Trepco record label. Let's move into 1962 with this request for Ryan High C, who has since long gone to bed, but he's going to tune in on the archive tomorrow. But he requested this singer from Warren, Ohio. His real name is John Sedetta, but he recorded as Johnny Fortune. Began his career back in 1959 recording for a label called Emmy Records, but he recorded for many other labels like Arena, Park Avenue, Crusader, United Artists, Current, RPR, Beaver, and Vault Records, and this label, which is called R Haven, Arhaven. This is a song he wrote. This was released in 1962. This is for Ryan Heisey, Johnny Fortune on Airhaven Records, R-A-R, pronounced R-Haven Records. It's called I'm a Fool for You. This is for Ryan.
I'm a fool for you. You told me to call you. You told me to stop by.
can I do? I tried to make you love me, but I guess I tried in vain. You know I really need you. Why can't you feel the same? I'm a fool for you, and you know it's true. I'm a fool, I'm a fool, I'm a fool for you. What can I do? Now you know I love you. What more can I say? I could make you care for me, but I'll try again someday. I'm a fool for you, and you know it's true. I'm a fool, I'm a fool, I'm a fool for you. What can I do? I'm a fool, I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool, I'm a fool, I'm a fool for you.
That's 1962 there. Going out to Ryan Heisey, Johnny Fortune. Johnny Fortune on the R Haven record label, a song he wrote, I'm a Fool for You. Johnny G's a Fool for You every Saturday from 9 to midnight right here. We are in overtime, also broadcasting live on Oldies and More Radio. We are in 1962. Let's go to Michigan. Is it Hetramic? No, can never pronounce this, Charlene's got to be phonetically, or I'm going to butcher this thing. It's in Michigan. I've got to tell Daryl has to type it in phonetically for me. It says Hamtramck. Hamtramck, Michigan, I guess. And this is a request for California listener Matey Campboy. This record first released on the Correctone label, but it would be picked up by Bob Shad's Brent label. A tune written by Richard P. Drapin and a.k.a. Ricky D. And it features lead singer Yvonne Vernay Allen on lead. She would later join the Elgins on the VIP record label. And this is from July of 1962. I think the Beatles eventually covered this song too, by the way. But this is by request for Matey Campboy, July 62, the Donnays. The Donnays on the Brent label. It's called Devil in His Heart for Matey.
Chance
That's going out to Matey Campboy in California. She's in our YouTube chat room. Sound of the Donnays there with Yvonne Vernay Allen on lead, July 1962. It's on the Brent label. I have it on Brent Records. Devil in His Heart is the name of the tune. Beatles covered that record, by the way, which is very interesting, to say the least there. Let's continue here. We are 1962. Here's a request for listener Chuck Mitchell. This group is out of Danbury, Connecticut. And they do a cover tune, the Jerry Butler and the Impressions tune for Your Precious Love. Now, this first came out on a Saul Goodman's Record Fair label, which was out of Danbury, Connecticut. Then it was picked up by Julia Records, which is out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. So the Julia release is actually a second press of this. And this tune, of course, I mentioned, first recorded by Jerry Butler and the Impressions back in 1958. But this features Bill Tucker on lead, and this did chart, at least on the Record Fair label, was number 30 on WAMA in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's go to June of 1962. This is for Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. I'm featuring it on the Julia label, the second release on Julia. These are the highlights. The highlights and their rendition of the tune for Your Precious Love. For Chuck.
For your precious love means more to me than any love could ever be. For when I wanted you, I was so lonely, so blue, but love with you. Darling, I'm so surprised when I realized that you were fooling me. Darling, they say that our love won't grow, but I just want to tell them that they don't know. For as long as you're in love with me, our love will grow higher, deeper than any sea. And of all the things that I want in this whole wide world is just for you to say that you'll be my girl. And wanting you, I'm lonely and blue. So lonely. What love will do.
That's a very nice cover tune there, going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. That is the great sound of the highlights. The highlights are out of Danbury, Connecticut from June 62. Featured it on the Julia label, their rendition of the Jerry Butler and Impressions tune for Your Precious Love. And what did I say there? I have it on Record Fair, which was the first press. That features Bill Tucker on lead for that one. And also I have the rare LP that they put out on Record Fair Records. I do. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and let's go with another request from my California listener, Matey Campboy. This next singer was a member of the Rainbows, recorded Mary Lee on Red Robin and Shirley on Pilgrim, and They Say on the Rama label, but he wasn't the main lead on all those songs. Ronald Miles, I think, was the main lead on them, but he did do some, and he was doing lead on flip sides too. to, like on Evening, on Stay, and on Mini, on those flips of those 45s. But his name was John Berry, but when he would change his name when he decided to go solo, and he recorded as Sonny Spencer and had this release in 1962 on the Music Hall label, and it's a request for listener Matey Campboy. Let's give a listen to Sonny Spencer, aka John Berry, on Music Hall Records. It's called Hold My Hand from 1962.
Darling, please, 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 please. Darling, please, 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 darling.
That's going out to California listener Matey Campo in our YouTube chat room. His name is Sonny Spencer, a.k.a. John Berry, was a member of the Rainbows that recorded Mary Lee and also Shirley and also They Say on the Rama label. 1962 release on the Music Hall label, Hold My Hand. I bought that from Louis Silvani. I think he charged me like $15 for that 45. Two more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's move into 1963 now. Here's a request for listener Stephen Cargman. This group is out of Bishop Newman High School in South Philadelphia, PA. The group consisted of John Montmore, he was first tenor, John Poloni, second tenor, Tommy Inzilio, baritone, Bill Loreno, bass, and the lead singer on this, his name is Richie Magona. And this tune, written and arranged by Bob Finazzo, produced by Joe Weissert, and this is their only release on the Jamie record label. This is one of the rarer records on Jamie Records, if I'm not mistaken. But they would back up also Ernie Spano on Ernie and the Halos on one of their releases on the Guidon label. What is that? Something Across the Sea, I think it was called. But anyway, it's from May 1963, a very rare record on the Jamie label by The Intentions. The Intentions going out to Arizona listener Stephen Cargman. It's called Summertime Angel.
Summertime angel, summertime angel.
Summertime angel, summertime angel, summertime angel. Where can she be? Winter I've been thinking, just you and me. Oh, my summertime angel, where oh where can she be? Summertime angel, where
There you go. That one there going out to Arizona listener Steve Cargman. May 63, The Intentions. The Intentions on the Jamie record label. Summertime Angel is the name of the tune. Really a hard record to find. Greg Surik sold me that. Didn't pay quite that much that Marvin Pod has on the price, probably less than that, but it was one of the expensive records on the Jamie label. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 50s and early 60s 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, you got to send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you have any requests, comments about the show, or just want to introduce yourself, please do. Send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Love to hear how the listeners found out about my Vinyl Treasure Show. I do like to know that. That is a good thing to do. A lot of people have been finding it out by Facebook. You know, they bring, not Facebook, YouTube gives you like suggestions on the side there. And that's how they really found out about the, and maybe when I go to other things and check them out, maybe it kind of mixes it up. I don't know what the algorithm does. But anyway, send your requests to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you missed any of the program and you're just finding out about it now, we had 213 listeners tonight on the program. That's great, I have to say. But if you missed any of the show, it'll be up instantaneously as I shut down here. It automatically posts up to the archive, so you'll be able to see it there. If not, you can go to my website, vinyltreasures.net. You won't have a visual there, but you can hear the show. You can stream it on your player. You can download it there. It's there on the website. But thank you all for tuning in tonight, and I hope you enjoyed the records I featured. They're your requests, great requests. That I'm just happy to have the records. I don't have them all, but I have a lot. But I'm happy to play them for you here. This is really the only time I get to hear my records. It really is. And it's enjoyment for me. I get so much enjoyment from this. We're not changing the show. This is how the show has been since 2005, since I've done it. I don't like to listen to 3 records in a row. I know a lot of those group shows used to do that because you don't know what the song is. Plus I'm getting requests, and I need to identify the people for that. I think that's very important. So thank you all for tuning in tonight. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. I'm going to close the show tonight with the very last record requested by Joe Shacatano. So Joe, I don't know if you're up listening, or you're going to tune in on the archive. You're going to have to let me know. But that's because you picked a record from 1965. That's the reason. And this is the only release for this group. It's on Alfred Gatewood's Gate label, which is out of Brooklyn, New York, and written by 2 members of the group, Ray DeVilla and Victor Martinez. And I think Ray DeVilla might be the lead singer on this. Charlene's not sure, but she was trying to find out if that was the case. But this record came out in July of 65. The group is called The Profiles. It's on Gate Records. It's not an easy record to find. The song is called Right by Her Side. It's going out to listener Joe Shacatano. That's going to do it, folks. Johnny G is tired. I have to go relax. I had a big week this week, but I'll be back next Saturday at 9 p.m., 9 to midnight right here. Look what we did. We did a little bit more than that tonight. But thank you all for tuning in, and thank you for enjoying the show again. And I'll be back on Monday. If you're around Monday, take note that I'll be continuing with the Relic 1958 survey. I forget what number I left off. I'll put it in the up and coming that you'll see. I do that once the show's chat posts. And when you go into the chat early before I sign on, all that chatter doesn't show up on the archive. It's once I think once I go live, then it starts recording. So if you guys chatter amongst yourself before, it's not in there. So if you want to say bad things about Johnny G, you can do that before, but I'll see them. I'll see everything after. But anyway, that's it. I'll be on Oldies and More Radio and here on YouTube on Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. If you like soul 45s, tune into that program. That I know Tony Crosby in the UK, he's a big fan of the Wednesday night show, as are many others, as is that Sonny that called me. I wasn't home on Thursday, but he called here and said he loved the show the night. So Sonny, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That's it, folks. I'm out of here. This is for Joe Shacatano, the profiles there. I'm out of here. Take care, folks. Have a great and happy week. So long. So long. Bye.
Right by her side, that's where I'll be when I hear those words of love calling to me. And when night falls and stars are spread throughout that sky, there's just one place where I wanna be, right by her side. She will stay beside my side forever and ever. I think of her and dream of her all alone. And when night falls and stars are spread throughout that sky, there's just one place where I wanna be, right by her side.